Just as a reminder to coaches as we're finishing up practice, at the end of each game, please bring your recap sheet back into the tournament office down the hallway from ring 1. Either send yourself, a player, or a parent. Parents, we will be posting standings on leatherneckclassic.com as well as our Facebook page, which is Leatherneck Classic Collegiate Bowling Tournament. And then we will also post standings at each side of the conference. One minute remaining in practice. 1 minute remaining. Teams, please hold up on your practice. Please hold up on your practice. Please step the pin setters back to the first ball. Coaches, remember to bring your recap sheets into the tournament office. This will ensure that scores get posted as quickly as possible. Once again, we will post on the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page as well as leatherneckclassic.com. Also, on social media, please be mentioning the Bowl TV live stream of this event. There is also a Snapchat filter once you guys are done and start snapping pictures. Teams, follow your lane assignment sheets that we're giving you in your folders and check it. And at this time, you guys may be in your turn to play. Good luck and good bowling.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois for the 2019 Leatherneck Classic. One of the top Tier 2 events in the USBC collegiate portfolio. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Good morning and welcome. As we settle in, please let us know how audio sounds, if it's too loud, or if it's way too loud for this early in the morning. Please let me know if it's too quiet. Sounds good on my end, but you guys are the ones experiencing it, so please let us know how everything is sounding. We are excited to be here. We are broadcasting across 2 different states, being here in the Quad Cities. As mentioned, we are at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois, right over the border. The women's varsity divisions will be taking place in about an hour and a half, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, over at Big River Bowl in Davenport, Iowa. Emil Williams Jr. and a new addition to the Bowl TV family, Shannon Sellens, will be on the telecast for women's competition later today. So be sure to check that out. Of course, give Shannon a big, warm Bowl TV welcome. Before we get too far into the tournament format and the teams joining us here today, I want to give a big shout out to our tournament director, Sean Walkner, a Western Illinois alum. Now the coach at Wisconsin Whitewater, but just does an unbelievable job with this event. Each and every year, Sean has ran it for all 19 years that's been around, and he's got a great staff who helps him out. Big shout out to Alan here at Highland Park Bowl as well for making sure we were good to go for today's competition. But Sean really goes above and beyond. I actually have a packet of information here ready to read off throughout the course of the block, both today and tomorrow as we go through competition, just to be able to inform you about the great history of this event. Some of the top performers, some very familiar names, have done well at this event over the course of its near 20-year history. But before we get too much into that, let's meet our teams joining us today. To start things off, over on 11 and 12, which is on the left of your screen, we have Midland University and McHenry. While on 13 and 14, we have Robert Morris, Illinois, and Vincennes. We will be behind lanes 11 through 14 throughout the duration. We do have an extra camera just in case from time to time if we get we fall into a little bit of a lull. Teams are switching sides. It's a pretty unique center here. We'll check out that shot over there. It's to the right of our featured pairs, but we'll go back to our main pairs. Chris, your question in the chat. Shannon Selns made a show this year on the PWBA Tour. That is correct. She made the show at the U.S. Women's Open. So if you're going to make a show throughout the course of the year, that is the one to make. Shannon ended up finishing 5th on that show. And I will be excited to hear her commentary added to Bowl TV alongside Emil Williams Jr. a little bit later today. So we actually had Shannon in for a little bit of training earlier this week to get familiar with the team. Got a great cover there by Andrew Letcher. 2, 4, 8, 10. So our tournament format this week today, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your video screen, it's game 1 of 6, so 6 traditional games, 5-player teams. So throughout the course of this is actually pretty cool. We will get to see a total of 24 teams today. So I have a field of 46 here on the men's varsity side. I believe it's 46. I think we have a down pair. Yep, 46 varsity men's teams. We'll see 24 today for our 6 traditional games. Tomorrow morning we will transition to the Baker portion, so we'll start off with 16 Baker games, and the qualifying totals from the 6 traditional games and 16 Baker games will determine our top 8 for bracket play. And then from there, there'll be best of 3 until we get down to our championship match. All that will be featured here on BowlTV.com until we crown our champion, and they get to add their banner to the masking units. As you can kind of see down there, a little bit tough to read from our vantage point, but every team that wins gets a custom banner to hang here at the tournament site. And to Ron, your question in the chat about schedule of the teams, I'm assuming the teams coming to the featured pair. We actually added a new tab above the chat today, so if you end up clicking on the middle one, which is the star, you'll see all 24 teams coming to the featured pair throughout the course of the day. We have the list for Baker as well if there's a particular school you're looking to see here this weekend, please let us know, and we will do our best to let you know if and when they are going to be joining us. And of course, there's always the possibility that a school who may not necessarily hit the featured pair, will advance, be part of the top 8, and be part of the bracket. We posted the oil pattern a little bit earlier, but for those of you just tuning in, is the 37-foot Kegel Radium. 25 mils using a combination of terrain and ice. It's a 1.8 to 1 on the ratio, so gotta be fairly tough out there. So 37 feet, we would expect a lot of folks to start closer to the gutter on both the right and the left sides. Wouldn't be surprised to see a handful of urethane balls going down the lane as well. And in this pretty unique setup here at Highland Park Bowl, I can definitely see plenty of urethane balls, at least spare balls, hanging out. So pretty cool here. It's actually a split center, 24 lanes on each side. As we settle in here, let's go ahead and meet our lineups right now for our 4 teams joining us to start. We will go with Midland first. The Warriors only bring in 6 to the event this weekend. So they're lined up to start, and as always, if I happen to mess up a name and you know it, please feel free to correct me in the chat with the proper way of saying it. But leading off for Midland's going to be Brandon Muraroka. Bowling second, Tommy Strauss. 3, Blake Massey. 4th, Tyler Hunter. And 5th will be their outstanding freshman, Jalen Mosley. They also have Jacob Frazier available coming off the bench as well. So Mosley, we got to see him throw some big-time shots at the Mid-States Championships a couple of weeks ago in Wichita, Kansas, leading the Warriors to a 3rd-place finish in the bracket. But many of you may remember Jalen from his fantastic run at the 2017 USBC Masters, making match play as a 16-year-old, winning a few games along the way. I believe he finished tied for 13th among the top bowlers in the world, so definitely was a prized recruit coming out of high school out of the Indianapolis area. So we will see Jalen will be bowling as number 5 up on the scoreboard right now. For Midland, for McKendree, the 2-time Intercollegiate Team Championships winner. They're 5 to start. Leading off is going to be Andrew Orff. Number 2, Andrew Letcher. We saw him with a nice spare conversion earlier today, and Andrew right now has got a single pin left to shoot out there on lane 11 as well. Jacob Nibs bowling 3rd, Brian Halen, a former member of Junior Team USA in the 4 spot, and Charlie Reed from San Antonio will be handling the duties from the anchor spot to start. Also available on the bench for the Bearcats, Dylan Zimmerman, Eli Denmead, and Andrew Canuli. Moving over to 13 and 14. Start with Robert Morris, Illinois. Bit of a transition year for the Eagles. Here in 2019 through 2020, they had quite a few star players graduate at the end of last season. So kind of a retooling year, but still some strong players. Their lineup to kick things off here: Kendrick Wilson, Keith Peterson, bowling second, Marco Garcia third, Justin O'Shaughnessy, better known here on Bowl TV as the Principal. I believe Justin was also the individual tournament champion here last year. We'll run down all of that information as well a little bit. And then in the 5 spot, Chase Benitez for RMU, 2013 ITC champion. That's their starting 5. And for Vincennes, the leadoff spot is going to be Keaton Green. Number 2 is Isaac Wake, a champion at the USBC Open Championships. Michael Whiteside will be bowling third. Connor Hickey fourth, and Josh Taylor will be in the 5 spot for the Trailblazers. So there's our teams. There's our lineups for So looking back at the 2018 Leatherneck Classic, as we mentioned, does have a bracket portion. Here on the men's side, Grandview came all the way from the number 5 seed to defeat Calumet in the opening round, Wichita State in round 2, and then swept William Penn for the title. With wins of 194 to 156 and 211 to 163. However, Robert Morris, Illinois was the high qualifier, which meant they got the first place competition points, looking ahead to post-season play. RMU was first in the standings by more than 200 pins through qualifying. As I mentioned, lost in the opening round to Wichita State. Other teams in the top 8 last year, along with RMU, Wisconsin Whitewater qualified second, St. Francis, Illinois third, Calumet College fourth, 2018 champion Grandview fifth, Midland in sixth, William Penn in seventh, and Wichita State in eighth. Some pretty solid teams just outside that top 10, so that also speaks to the strength of the field here, even with it being a Tier 2 event, still getting many of the top teams from the Midwest. McHenry was the first team out, followed by St. Ambrose, Iowa Central, Mount Mercy, Newman, Hastings, who won the Mid-States Championships just a few weeks ago. So Lindenwood outside the top 8 as well. So those are some pretty familiar schools who tend to find their way into these top rounds, and that's just how strong the field is out here in Quad Cities. Looking individually last year, as we mentioned, the Principal, Justin O'Shaughnessy, also a member of Junior Team USA in 2019. Led pretty easily last year, 1372 for his 6 games. 228.7 average. Michael Martell also of RMU, now graduated, was second, 13:17. Quinn Sheehy from Wisconsin Whitewater, 13:03. Logan Mason from William Penn, 13:01. And Connor Egan from Wichita State, 12:96, were your top 5 last year. But right now, as we hit around the halfway point of game number 1, got you the rundown, we got you the players, the tournament format, the oil pattern, once again, 37 feet. We also point you to the official tournament page here momentarily. So we're going to go ahead and put out the official tournament page for anyone who needs it. So this will be one of the 2 spots for standings throughout. And of course, as we get them as well, we will be more than happy to read them off. But as we settle in to the halfway point of game 1, we're going to sit back, let you guys relax, get settled in. Especially for our guy Jeff on the West Coast. Get some coffee, get comfortable, get some breakfast, and enjoy the sights and sounds of collegiate bowling here on Bowl TV from the 2019 Leatherneck Classic. All right, everybody, we're cruising through game number 1 here. 2019 Leatherneck Classic men's competition taking place at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. We're about an hour away from the start of the women's competition across the border in Davenport, Iowa at Big River Bowl. Emil Williams Jr. and Shannon Sellens will be on the call. In the women's division, Midland, McHenry, Vincennes, and Robert Morris, Illinois are featured teams to kick things off here. If you are interested in seeing the lineup throughout the course of the day, you can find that above the chat panel. Actually got a few things available for you. We have the current lane assignments. In the middle, we have the full schedule for the day. We'll have that for Sunday as well, so if there's a particular team that you were hoping to see this week or wondering if they're going to be back on or on at all, please let us know. We have that lineup for tomorrow as well. The tournament information tab, of course, leads you to the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page. They also have a website as well. Both are great resources for this great event. But looking ahead to Game 2, we're going to be joined by Iowa, Marion out of Wisconsin. So there are actually 2 Marions in the bowling world. One in Indianapolis and a newer program from Wisconsin. So the Wisconsin-based school will be here. Lincoln College and then Baker will be on the docket for Game 2. Looking ahead to Game 3, Rock Valley, St. Francis, Illinois, St. Ambrose, and Upper Iowa. Game 4, Central Missouri, William Penn, Clark, and Minnesota State Mankato. In Game 5, we have Mount Mercy, Wisconsin Whitewater, Davenport, Nebraska. And in Game 6, Iowa Central Community College, Kansas Wesleyan, Judson, and Ancilla. Taking a glance across the house, there's definitely some scores available here on this 37-foot Kegel Radium condition. So 37 feet, 25 mils. The expectation being a pattern on the shorter side, as you see teams start out farther to the right. Definitely not surprised to see some urethane going down the lane here in the early going. As we can see right now, though, so we're trying to get a score correction up there. McKendry, as to be expected, looking pretty solid here in the early going. Team off to our right, off to a very strong start, is Lewis University. We're actually getting ready to start flipping the camera over that way. We had one of their players start off with the front 7 before they missed in the 8th frame. Left a 6-9-10. Able to cover up the spare though, so still 277 out there. That's one way of doing it. .210 conversion there for Midland's Blake Massey. The old-fashioned hit the 2 straight back, have it bounce out, trip out the 10 variety. I know with the way the lane schedules are paired up, the idea is to have teams compete an equal amount of times on each side of the house. So as we mentioned, this is a split house, 24 lanes that we're currently facing toward, and then lanes 25 through 48 on the other side behind us. And a pretty cool facility here. I like the venue a lot. Being from the Midwest, definitely Reminds me of back home. For the feeling of back home, though, it's been Lindenwood University, which has been the biggest winner here in the men's history of the Leatherneck Classic. The Lions, let's see, let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 titles here in the 19-year history. The most recent coming in 2014. Lions also won in 2001, 2005, 2006, 2009, 2010, and 2011. As I mentioned, Grandview, the defending bracket champion, they're in the field again this week. Other champions in recent years for the bracket here, Robert Morris, Illinois, currently on our featured pair in 2017. Lindenwood Belleville in 16, Wisconsin Whitewater in 15, as we mentioned. Lindenwood in 14, McKendree in 2013, Wichita State in 2012. Well, folks, Bowl TV definitely has a great variety of collegiate events, PWBA, Team USA, youth, professional, a whole variety of events throughout the course of the calendar year. But while you're here watching Bowl TV, be sure to stop by the lab, one of our additional on-demand channels, and check out Team USA head coach Rod Ross as he breaks down some of the top players in the world in his series known as the Video Room, the most recent addition to the Video Room. PWBA Rookie of the Year in 2018, Team USA standout, two-time PWBA Tour champion Jordan Richard. So Coach Rod breaks down Jordan's powerful game. In a pretty amazing series that Rod does. There's about 20 to 25 videos up there right now. And you can walk away from each and every one of them learning something new, which is definitely the coolest part. And it's not, obviously with Rod, he's looking at, Team USA players, so players who have found success at many levels, but there's a lot of things throughout the course of all these episodes in the Video Room that really play. It can really help you with your game as well. and kind of talks about all the parts of the approach that lead to those players getting into those awesome finish positions, being able to create those type of rev rates that we see from those top players. The E.J. Tackett breakdown is incredibly interesting just because, as we all know, E.J. is essentially can create the most revolutions out of any player with one hand, basically on the PBA tour, and kind of breaking down how EJ, from a pretty slender frame, is able to unleash all that power and kind of uncoil all that strength. Super interesting stuff. So it's definitely, when you finish here today, if you got some time, visit the lab, check out Rod's series. Very informational, very good, and will help your own game as well. Taking some of the small parts here and there for sure. So and of course, for many of those players, they were standouts here on the collegiate level as well. Before earning that spot on Team USA or perhaps Junior Team USA. So, as we mentioned, we have a few former Junior Team USA players on our pairs right now. So, they're actually both getting ready to step up. On lane 12, Brian Halen for McHenry, and on lane 14 for RMU, Justin O'Shaughnessy. So Justin's actually going to be up first. You can't see him getting lined up, but he's going to be making your way far right of your screen here, looking for 3 in a row. Once again, he was the individual tournament leader here at the Leatherneck Classic in 2018. He's able to mix jump. There's Halen on 12, and no doubter right there for the standout at MCK. Just about ready for the 9th frame here in game 1 of our featured pairs. Charlie Reed stepping up for McHenry on lane 12, looking for 4 in a row. We first saw the talented left-hander as a freshman at the 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Making some big-time shots for the Bearcats. Jalen Mosley, far left of your screen. Talked about him a little bit earlier. And he's going to get him to splash. He adds a double here to end frame 8 for Midland. Josh Taylor stepping up here for Vincennes to wrap up their 8th frame over on lane 13. Pretty solid game so far for Josh. 4 out of the last 5, looking for a double. Just the one open in frame number 2. He's going to reset. Something didn't feel right. Great learning moment there for all you youngsters as well. Even some veteran players too. If it doesn't, something doesn't feel quite right going up to the line, you don't want to sacrifice that shot. Look back on it later thinking, man, I really tried to force that. I tried to make that work. Wasn't there as Brandon delivers a strike for Midland. Take your time, reset. continue with your process. Deliver a strike just like Josh did. Now, for those of you new to the collegiate bowling scene, stuff break there on the 7-10 for Tommy. Hate to see that there in frame 9. Is that coaches do have the ability to bring in players throughout the course of a game. So similar to most collegiate sports, your roster isn't necessarily dependent on just the 5 players you start off with. So the one caveat with making a substitution, once a player is brought into or taken out of that game, excuse me, they cannot come back in for anyone else. So it's not necessarily I can sit out 3 frames and then come back later to bowl in the 8th and the 9th frame or something like that. So once a player is subbed out, they are done for that game. The interesting part with that, however, though, is, and one of the reasons why it's, folks sometimes ask for other events why people don't use collegiate averages is because sometimes a bowler doesn't bowl a full game, and but they get credit for that game. One very telling example of this happened in my lone appearance here at the Leatherneck Classic, bowling for Purdue back in 2004. I told Sean I would tell this story, so I'm getting it out of the way here so I can take some time to regroup from it. But bowled the first game. I was not performing well. Let's just put it like that. Not performing well. Not bowling well. Things going bad. So I got subbed out about 7th, 8th frame of the first game, and the sub that came in for me proceeded to finish out the game, and our composite score essentially was 132, which is not a lot. So at the end of the tournament, since I started that game, I got the credit for the 132. But for all the folks who bowled at least one game, everyone scored at least more than that. So my lone appearance here at the Leatherneck Classic. You can see it on collegebowling.com as well, so I can't hide from it. Finished in 205th place out of 205 competitors. Well, we've got a few more pins between the two of us. Might have got to 204, but such is life. And hopefully no one has to worry about that today. We talked a little bit about Lewis University off to our right, and their final tally for game 1, 1,052. That's a nice little number to start. Off to our left, Wichita State's is going to have the chance to crack 1,100 here in game 1. So scores are definitely out there. Chris, glad you enjoyed that story. I still don't enjoy looking back at it now, but this is my triumphant return to the event. Luckily, I'm still on the injured list, so I will not have the opportunity to best that 132 while I'm here this weekend. But someday, though, I will return to Quad Cities and attempt to surpass that number. You got Brandon Biondo. You'll see him far left of your screen in the yellow jersey. It's a double in the 10th for him for Wichita State. We talked about them just recently, putting together a big game. So one more strike will get them to 11-24 here in the opener.
do you know? Do you guys need any water? We got more.
So it actually looks like most of the end pairs here on the low end have wrapped up, so things are getting a little quiet here. This game 2 will be forthcoming. As we mentioned, a new feature this week above the chat. If you click on the star in the middle, we have the full lineup for today, so you can see all the teams coming to our featured pairs lanes 11 through 14 here at Highland Park Bowl. It's also available if you're interested in watching the women's competition later. You can see the teams that will be visiting lanes 39 through 42 with Emil Williams Jr. and Shannon Sellens on the call. So on the women's side, game 1 will feature College of St. Mary's, Hawkeye Community College, Lincoln Memorial, and Wichita State. As we mentioned on our side, coming up next will be Iowa, Marion, Wisconsin, Lincoln, and Baker. Didn't see what college that was, but we have a player running 280 as well. That's over on 7 and 8. Who started on 7 and 8? I have this information. I can look this up. Seven and 8 is Judson and Wisconsin lacrosse. So looks like Judson, their anchor player. Going 279 out of the gates. So Judson, another young, upcoming program, coached by Vince Biondo.
As you make your moves, please make sure there are clear aisle ways back on the concourse as well as in the bathrooms and moving into the bathroom.
10th frame underway here for McKendree and Midland. RMU and Vincennes also now underway in frame number 10. Keaton Green looking to clean up the spare here for Vincennes. He can still get to 174. Tough opener for Kendrick Wilson for RMU. And get credited with 129. 226 out of the gates for Andrew Orff of McKendree. Midland's Brendan Maroka delivers the double, so he can still get to 239. Keaton finishes up with 173. Tough break there for Andrew on the first shot of his 10th. Maybe a high flush 7, past Rookie of the Year when he attended Pikeville and then transferred over to McKendree. And now the exciting part of maneuvering around the bowling center. Some of our schools for game number 2 already done. Preparing for their time on the lanes. Tommy Strauss had the 7-10 and the 9th frame, looking to bounce back here in the 10th. Can't get the 4 out. Keith Peterson finishes with 191 for RMU. Isaac Wake, first shot of the 10th. Blake Massey delivers the strike for Midland. As I mentioned, this is going to be an opportunity for a lot of the coaches to bring in a player for a fill ball or 10th frame, trying to not only keep your other players loose, definitely helps getting a shot or two off your hand if you can. And of course, if you got a player or two struggling, you want to see a different look. This is the best opportunity to look at something new, potentially reevaluate your lineup. There's Jacob Mimps for McKendry, leaving the 10-pin. So Michael Whiteside from the left side on 13. Massey finishes with 190.
Work, Jake, good work. No, that's not.
Have a few folks starting up game number 2. Looks like Christmas themed colors for the scoreboard. So again, we're on the 37-foot Kegel Radium lane condition this weekend here at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. 2019 Leatherneck Classic, the 19th edition. This tournament has grown so big over the course of its near 20 years that to accommodate men's varsity, men's junior varsity, women's varsity, and women's junior varsity, the tournament now is held at 4 centers across the Quad Cities area, 3 of them in Iowa, and Highland Park Bowl here in Moline, Illinois. RMU is going to finish up at 8-10 here in game number 1. So McHenry's going to have the opportunity to get right around 1,000. Midland 958 in the opener. Josh Taylor finishing things up for Vincennes. Working on 6 of the last 7 and 3 in a row, and a left-hander hits it out of the park there. .1006 finish for McHenry as Charlie Reed posts a nice 2:38 for the high game on the pair. Midland 9:58 RMU 810 and 236 from Josh. Taylor gets Vincennes to 876, so that's going to conclude game number 1. Men's competition here at the Leatherneck Classic. Once again, coming up next here, on our featured pairs on Bowl TV. We're going to have Iowa, Marion, Wisconsin, Lincoln, and Baker coming up next. So as teams make their way here, we're going to let them get settled in, set their lineups. We'll see if we can run those down for you. But for right now, hang tight. Game 2, Leatherneck Classic, day number 1. Coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thank you again for joining us here bright and early Saturday morning.
Brush, yes, but where's the bag?
Ethan has it.
I have the cookie.
All right, everybody, we've settled into game number 2 of 6 of qualifying here at the 2019 Leatherneck Classic, taking place at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thank you for joining us here for our continued collegiate coverage here in the 2019-2020 season. Can't believe this is our 4th event already. I've been to 3 Tier 1s to kick off the season, the Midwest Collegiate Classic, the Mid-States Championships, and the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic. The Leatherneck is the granddaddy of them all when you consider Tier 2 events. In all, more than 100 schools between varsity and junior varsity. For varsity alone, more than 80, I believe the total number is 82 between the men's and the women's divisions, but more than 80 varsity programs making their way out to Quad Cities to compete in this great event. And once again, cannot be done without the excellent work of our tournament host, Sean Walkner, who, although serves as the coach of Wisconsin Whitewater, has his roots here in the Quad Cities, competed collegiately at Western Illinois. I believe he was part of one of those ITC champion teams back in the early 2000s as well. So Sean is very vested in collegiate bowling, a big fan. Obviously gives his time back to the sport, and we're very appreciative of Sean and happy to be able to work with him. As we mentioned, he's gone above and beyond to provide us some great history of this event. So throughout the course of competition, we will definitely run that down for you. But for right now, let's meet our competitors here in game number 2. We're going to start off with the University of Iowa and their lineup to kick things off here. Four of their 5 players from Iowa. Their lineup leading off is Ravi Patel from nearby Bettendorf, Iowa. Jacob Lamb is second from Cedar Rapids. Becca Turnus is third, also from Cedar Rapids. Alan Ramirez bowling fourth from Justice, Illinois. And Isaac Nehmeyer from from Eldridge, Iowa, is bowling in the number 5 spot. Joining Iowa on 11 and 12 is Marian University. As we mentioned, they are located out of Wisconsin. There's another Marian school located in Indianapolis that also happens to compete collegiately. So they have bragging rights to fight for now. But Marian University their lineup is going to feature leading off. It's going to be Will Roche, bowling second, Grafton Morgan, bowling third, Preston Traxler, excuse me. Bowling fourth, Aaron Rick, and bowling fifth is Zach Vassy. We also have Hunter Hoffman, Josh Lint, and Braden Vikstrom available to come off the bench. Moving over to 13 and 14 with Baker and Lincoln. Or Lincoln and Baker. But not a person's name, as far as I know. We'll go ahead and start with Baker University. We got to see them a few weeks ago at the Mid-States Championships. Do some work in the bracket portion of it, so I'm kind of excited to see if they can make another run here. They were a fun team to watch as they downed top seed Wichita State for some bragging rights in the state of Kansas. Their lineup to start off in this game in the leadoff spot is going to be Zach Bream from Kansas City, Missouri. Dylan Harris bowling second out of Washington State. Hunter Ellenberg out of Kansas. Ryan Howison in the 4th spot, and Matthew Carpenter in the 5th spot. Both of those players out of California. Then Kyle Lovell and Tyler Gromlovitz available on the bench. For Lincoln College, good to we caught them on one of the crossing pairs at an event as well. Let's see here. For Lincoln, their lineup's going to be Brandon Beto leading off, Streamwood, Illinois. Avery Evans, Plainfield, Illinois, bowling second. Easton Greenfield from Battle Creek, Michigan in third. Michael Grether from Joliet, Illinois, bowling fourth. And then Christian Knowlton, also from Plainfield, Illinois, in the 5 spot for Lincoln College. Just had some standings handed to us as well, and as we noted, we saw some high scores out there, and total of 9 schools are plus or higher after game number 1, averaging better than 200. Wichita State, you were leader after 1, 11-24. We noted they bowled just to the left of our featured pairs over on 9 and 10 in game 1, leading the way here in the early going. St. Ambrose, 1,088. Rock Valley, who just came off a bracket win last week. We'll recap that in a second. Sitting in third, 1,086, just 2 pins behind St. Ambrose. Lewis University, they were just to our right, 1,052. Judson, 1,043 in fifth. Morningside, 1,030. William Penn, 1,023. McKendree, who we had on our featured pair, 1,006. And Newman University, running out the teams who are averaging better than 200 so far at 1,001. Running out the top 10, St. Francis, Illinois, just 2 pins behind at 998. So from our teams here on our featured pairs, we have Iowa in 46th place at 653 in game 1. Lincoln College is in 42nd, 751. Baker 847 in 35th place. And Marion in 22nd with 916. So obviously, just after game 1, a lot of opportunities to move and shake in the standings. See if they got these posted on their Facebook page as well. If we just have them on site. It appears our women's competition now underway over in Davenport, Iowa at Big River Bowling. Question in the chat about Calumet. They're currently in 14th place, 9:59. If there's any other teams that you're interested in, let me see if I can find it on Facebook first, because if you're going to find it anywhere, it'll be on Facebook, right? So let's see, Leatherneck. Leatherneck Classic Bowling, or Collegiate Bowling Tournament is the full name. See if they got it posted yet, or if we just got it on site. So it doesn't look like we have them on the Facebook page just yet. So if you have any teams that you're looking for, leave them in the chat. I'll let you know where they're sitting. Once again, 46 teams here in the men's varsity field. For standings for junior varsity or the women's standings, as we mentioned, the women's varsity squad just got kicked off. You can watch that on our other live channel right now. So once again, Emil Williams Jr. and Shannon Sellens will be on the call at Big River Bowl. But right now, looking at the scores, we're seeing some big scores out there. So, I mean, I'd say they were pretty hittable in the first game. Saw some big numbers out there out of the fresh. So, we had 17 teams average at least 190 in the opening game. 9 average 200 or better. So it'll be interesting to see how teams progress. Once again, 37 feet the condition, or the length of the condition, the Kegel radium oil pattern, which we do have a link to at the moment, so we can go ahead and share that with you guys once again here. If you have not seen it yet, so we expected to see quite a bit of urethane. We expected players to try and stay for the right-handers right, for the left-handers left. Get a little bit closer to the channel or the gutter, depending on your preferred terminology for the place you don't want your ball to end up in. Great resource for an in-depth look into college bowling is, of course, collegebowling.com. kind of get a history of basically the last 20 years of college bowling all kind of wrapped up into one site. Of course, big shout out to Carl Nikolai for his continued work on that website. But that's where we learn about certain programs like a Lincoln College, who's making their debut this season. So this is a brand new program in 2019 and 2020. So we did get to see them at the Mid-States Championships in Wichita, Kansas a few weeks ago. Lincoln did record a 23rd place finish in the qualifying portion of that event. As we mentioned, Baker earned the final spot in bracket play, finishing 8th. I saw Marion, or was that at the first event? We might have seen Marion at, I guess that would make more sense, the Midwest Collegiate Championships. Marion finished in 39th place. The first Tier 1 event of the season. But that's one of the great parts about the collegiate season. And even though we're nice and early in the 2019-2020 campaign, there's plenty of opportunities for these young student athletes and programs to kind of find their stride throughout the course of the season. Obviously, bowling on these tough conditions throughout the course of the year will get you sharp. Coaching is getting stronger and stronger out there as well. And of course, the all-important team chemistry can get built. It's a great shot there for Matthew Carpenter to wrap up frame at number 5 for Baker University. Matthew out of San Diego. So for those of you who've been listening in the whole time, we've talked a little bit about how this tournament has grown to 100 plus varsity and junior varsity programs taking place at 4 centers. The very first Leatherneck Classic, which started right here at Highland Park Bowl, had a total of 13 men's varsity teams, 6 junior varsity teams, 10 varsity women's teams, and 1 JV women's team. So that was 30 teams just to start. Now we have more than 80 varsity programs. So that just once again speaks to the growth and the job done by Sean Walkner and his team. So continued shout out to them. once again, I mentioned Sean gave us this awesome packet of information, so I'm doing my best like every game just to give you some random stats about this event from his great collection of paperwork here. So we mentioned that Lindenwood has really been the standout school throughout the course of the history of the Leatherneck Classic. On the men's side, they have won this title 7 times out of 19 years, so that's better than a third of the time, which is pretty crazy. And then you kind of look down and you realize, like, whoa, like it's been LU or someone new pretty much every year. Wichita State has won this event twice. The only other schools to have won the bracket here, the Leatherneck Classic, are Grandview, who is our defending champion, Lindenwood University Belleville, McHenry, Newman, Robert Morris, Illinois, Nebraska, Vincennes, Wisconsin Whitewater, and Western Illinois. Lindenwood also leads in the most bracket appearances. They have made the bracket 14 out of 19 years. So that's pretty steady shooting. Wichita State at 13. Newman and Robert Morris, Illinois at 8. Midland at 7. McHenry at 6. Nebraska at 6. Wisconsin Whitewater and Weber International at 5. And we have all but Weber International in the field this week of all those teams we just listed off. So. But with that little piece of historical trivia for you, we're going to step aside for a quick second, let you enjoy the sights and sounds of collegiate bowling here at the 2019 Leatherneck Classic, the 19th edition. Taking place, men's competition at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. Women's competition now underway. Big River Bowl in Davenport, Iowa. Emil Williams Jr. and Shannon Sellens, who's making her Bowl TV debut as a color commentator, or excuse me, a play-by-play analyst. Maybe I had it right the first time, but either way, they're both there. They're doing cool things as well, so feel free to check out the action throughout the course of the day. Obviously, we got the head start here. We started about an hour and a half before, so obviously by the end of the day, we'll be all finished up by the time they are moving on to their final few games. But sit back, enjoy Game 2. Iowa, Marion University, Lincoln College, and Baker University all joining us here. Game 2, Bowl TV for the 2019 Leatherneck Classic. All right, folks, we are into frame number 8. Iowa, Marion, Lincoln, and Baker here in game number 2. 2019 Leatherneck Classic. It does appear we do have standings available on the Leatherneck Classic Facebook page. We read those off a little bit earlier. Wichita State leading so far, total 9 teams. Averaging better than 200 here in the early going. Top 5 at the moment: Wichita State, St. Ambrose, Rock Valley, Lewis, and Judson. We're getting down to the final few shots. And Lincoln, a brand new program here in the 2019-2020 season. Michael Grether with the spare. In his 8th frame, going to set things up for anchor Christian Knowlton. Once again, Lincoln is located in Illinois. Baker University is out of Kansas. As Ryan Howison gets the strike there in the 8th. Christian with a trip 4 of his own. University of Iowa currently up on 12. That's their leadoff player, Ravi Patel, up there. And Marion University, this particular Marion University out of Wisconsin. That's Will Roche kicking things off in frame number 10, or excuse me, frame number 9. And he converts the 7-pin to knock all 10 down in 2 shots. We worked that around, we got there. It was stretching, but it plays, right? It's got to play. We'll make it play. Although right now the scoring pace has settled down a little bit. Kind of within our viewing distance. Still see some strings of strikes up there. Kelly McCollege a few pairs away to our right, putting together a pretty nice game, it looks like. Bowling alongside Newman. Is also performing well. We haven't seen any of the right-handers get too far left, and there's a great shot. Kickoff frame 9, Zach Bream from Baker. But yeah, really haven't seen the players migrate too far right, which I believe is going to be advantageous as we get later in the block. That's always the it's the ones not necessarily scare, but in the effort of maintaining the oil pattern as long as possible. So most teams have tried to stay out right and find a look on this Kegel radium condition. It's 37 feet in length and 25 mils, a combination of terrain and ice. Yes. Started off 1.8 to 1. Shot there from Aaron Rick from Marion University, attacking the lanes from the left side. Set up his foundation frame. All right, 10th frame time here. Marion currently on pace to post the highest score of our featured teams here in game number 2. Baker not too far behind, however. Once again, the format this weekend, 6 traditional games today, 16 Baker games tomorrow morning, and from there our top 8 teams. We'll advance to a bracket, both the men's and the women's divisions, and then best of 3 Baker the rest of the way out to determine who will get to add their name to the list of champions here at the Leatherneck Classic and get their own one-of-a-kind championship banner, which hangs here at the host center, which is pretty cool. That's a just got a quick note. Charlie Reed from McKendree, we saw him last game as the front 9 over on 3 and 4, so out of our viewing range, but we might go down there and check things out. And that might be a social media moment, so we're going to hang tight here in the 10th frame as we finish up with Iowa, Marion, Lincoln, and Baker. See if Charlie can finish off a 300 game here. Of course, out of McKendree, so hang tight as we conclude game 2. All right, folks, it's been a hectic, crazy, exciting, hectic and crazy, also still exciting. Couple of minutes here at the Leatherneck Classic here in Moline, Illinois, Highland Park Bowl. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications. Thank you again for joining us here for the first of 2 days of coverage. We just had a perfect game roll by McKendree's Charlie Reed, who we saw in game one. Put together a nice number. He was in the 230s to start things off, so Charlie's got full command of this 37-foot oil pattern here in the early going, and as you can see on the screen, an opportunity to view the video of his 10th frame on our social media channels. That'll take you to the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. It's also available at USBC on Twitter and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. So congratulations to Charlie. Definitely in a great spot here in the early going to earn himself a spot on the all-tournament team as well. But we're still a ways away from that. We got some new teams to introduce. So let's start on 11 and 12. We have St. Francis, Illinois, and Rock Valley College joining us. The lineup for St. Francis, Illinois, the Fighting Saints, is going to be leading off Eric Kramer. Bowling second, Mike Nape Jr. Bowling third, Will Clark. Fourth, Alec Dudley. And fifth, Michael Kickmull for Rock Valley. In the leadoff spot is going to be Matt Siegel. Bowling second is going to be Jacob Summer. Bowling third is going to be Dylan Hamill. Bowling fourth, Casey Kiefler. And in the fifth spot for Rock Valley, it's going to be Brett Boyton. So there's our lineups. Once again, A, B, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the lineups are in the order that they're bowling up on the screen for their respective collegiate bowling programs. Over on 13 and 14 this game, we have St. Ambrose and Upper Iowa. St. Ambrose is going to be A, B, C, D, E on the screen. Upper Iowa is going to be over on 14 to the right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For St. Ambrose, the Fighting Bees, their lineup's going to be Billy Hibbard in the leadoff spot, Zach Denton second, William Jones third, Dakota Solanka fourth, and Brandon Dodge in the anchor spot. And as you can see right now, off to a fantastic start here in the early going. St. Ambrose, the university itself, pretty much located right here. When I got off the plane coming into town, had advertisements for St. Ambrose. So the hometown connection here for the Fighting Bees. For Upper Iowa, we got to see them at the Mid-States Championships, an exciting first-year program as well. Their lineup this game, Dakota Dudley leading off, followed by in the two spot, Chase Costello. Bowling third is going to be Josh Del Corso. Fourth, Cody Lawrence. And fifth, DJ Armbrecht. So those are our lineups here on our featured pairs. We also have an update of scores after game number 2 and a turkey up on the board. Some nice graphics here at Highland Park Bowl. Wichita State continues to lead 22-58. They hold a lead of more than 100 pins over the field right now. McKendree, on the strength of Charlie Reed's 300 game, moves all the way up into second, 21-55. They were out of the top 10 after the opening game, so that's a pretty sizable leap in the standings. St. Ambrose currently on our featured pair in third, 20-97. Grandview, our defending champion, moves up to fourth at 20-83. William Penn in fifth at 20-73. Wisconsin Whitewater 20-27. Rock Valley College also on our featured pair, 2024. Newman University, 2015 in 8th. Judson, 2012 in 9th. And Lewis, 1990, rounding out your top 10 here through 2 games. So we've seen, we saw it early. We're going to continue to see it. Seems like it's just going to be a high-scoring type of event. Some teams definitely getting locked and loaded here in the early going. Once again, the goal to be part of the top 8 when it's all said and done, to be part of the bracket tomorrow after we conclude our Baker qualifying. But we've already seen some teams jump quite a bit in the standings just through the course of Game 1 to Game 2 of the teams on our featured pair at the moment. St. Francis was the lone squad to make it to bracket play last year. They finished qualifying in 3rd place overall. They defeated Midland before falling to William Penn in the semifinals. But of course, the big excitement, Charlie Reed, 300 in Game 2. That was on this side of the house. A few pairs to our left, lanes 3 and 4. Once again, that video available on social media. Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. Got Ralph in the chat cheering on St. Ambrose. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat as well. It's Billy Hibbard flexing big time out there with the messenger, scouting out the 10. I got to see Billy a few weeks ago in North Carolina. He earned a spot at in the U.S. Open. So we had a few collegiate players out there. Delivering a big time strike for the Fighting Bees. Got Scott cheering on William Penn. All right, Scott. We got William Penn up next game, game 4. We got the Statesman. Got Maria cheering for St. Ambrose as well. And we really haven't seen a team kind of get out of the gates here on our featured pairs quite like the Fighting Bees have here in game 3. Let's see if they can keep it going here. William Jones up next. It's a bold strategic move, but I like the idea of just shooting strikes instead of having to deal with pesky spares. St. Ambrose has it down to science at the moment. So, folks, we're going to have a learning moment here. just because, well, I can make this happen because I'm the only one here. But we're going to learn a little bit more about Rock Valley College. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, team won a bracket event last week. So the community college out of Rockford, Illinois, can learn a little bit more about that bracket win on bowl.com. Last week's collegiate ticker. That was over at the Titan Invite over in Wisconsin. The event featured 6 traditional games and 16 Baker games before the field was cut to the top 8. And then bracket matches leading up to the title match were contested in a best-of-3 Baker format before the championship round was held in a best-of-5 format, so pretty similar to what we had here this week. But for Rock Valley, they qualified 5th overall, but they swept Wisconsin-Madison 2-0. And they defeated top qualifier Wisconsin-Milwaukee, also 2-0, to set up a match with Marion University. And keeping trend, Rock Valley swept in the championship match, so they went 7-0 on their way to the title. So we saw them come out of the gates with a strong opening game as well. So slowed down a little bit in game 2, but this will be really my first opportunity to see what appear to be the Golden Eagles, based off of their the front of their shirts and the back of their shirts. There's a giant golden eagle. I believe that's what it said, though. So this is kind of all of our introduction to Rock Valley College. So sit back, enjoy. This is Casey Kiefler delivering the strike. They're looking to make it 4 out of 5. Brett Boynton. He's stepping up next, looking to cap off 4 out of 5 for the Golden Eagles. See, isn't learning fun? Talk a little bit about Upper Iowa. Got to see them at the Mid-States first-year program. St. Francis, Illinois, one of the up-and-coming programs, and I believe St. Ambrose has kind of worked past the up-and-coming tag and is now an established. Oh, I could call him a powerhouse. I'm going to do that. Call him a powerhouse. I think stepping into an event, if you see St. Ambrose on the list, you're going to generally say that team is going to be in the mix at the end of the event. I think they've earned that over the past few years. Coach Eric and company have brought together some real solid players. Seen some versatility out of these lineups and some different players step up. So as we mentioned, our tournament director, Sean Walkner, has put together a great slew of information. And he said he actually wants to expand it even more for the 20th edition next year. And this is going to be a fun stat coming up next. I'm very fond of it. But we have a list for both the men and the women. But since we're obviously covering the men's portion of the event, we'll focus on that. But certainly wouldn't mind passing along the information on the women's side too, if requested from you good folks in the chat. But most all-tournament team finishes. Talk about a nice stat there. Michael Martell from Robert Morris, Illinois. The last 3 events earned a spot in the top 5. Leads the way on the men's side. Ryan Council of Lindenwood. The rest of these guys have done it twice. Ryan Council in 2005 and 2007. Mark D'Erico, University of Kansas, 02 and 03. My man Derek Hartnell from Newman University, 2007 and 2009. A.J. Johnson, McHenry University. That's where A.J. went, folks. Back-to-back years in 13 and 14. Sean Rengel from William Penn in 2010 and 2011. Derek Satt from Western Illinois, 2001 and 2002, the first 2 years. Christus Cervasis. I may have said that wrong. Sorry, Christus. From Weber International in 11 and 12. And then Eric Vermilia from Nebraska in 2004 and 2005. Have all earned at least 2. And then, as we mentioned, Martell with 3. All tournament team finishes. We mentioned Lindenwood leading in most categories with wins and bracket appearances. They also have the most all-tournament team spots through 19 years. They've had 14 players earn a spot, followed by Wichita State with 8, RMU with 7, McHenry 6, Wisconsin Whitewater also 6, Nebraska 5, Midland 4, Newman 4, and Saginaw Valley State with 4. So there's some more knowledge for you, good folks. So we will know the all-tournament team after today's competition. I'll have to check with Sean to see. I would have guessed the presentation will be tomorrow. We'll do what we can to get some photos of that for social media purposes. Justin O'Shaughnessy, the defending individual champion here at the Leatherneck Classic, competing once again here 2019, looking to add his name to that list. Saw him in game number 1. Now we mentioned Derek Hartnell as being a 2-time all-tournament team finisher here at the Leatherneck Classic, and you can also find Derek Hartnell on the Backstage channel here on BowlTV.com. When you can't get enough bowling, be sure to check out the Out of Range podcast featuring Tony Franklin, Derek Hartnell, and Matt McFadden as they talk about everything on the lanes and off with some of the sport's biggest stars stopping by each week. And once again, that's only on Bowl TV. That is a free product, so you can encourage your friends to check it out. But D. Hart and company always do a great job. Fun group of guys, fun to listen to. So that available on the Backstage channel here on Bowl TV.
Go to get the next one.
The backstory where they actually do put money in the account. And we pay tax on it because it's come in as a sale.
Yeah, it's like the
So I'm like, if we're paying tax on it anyway, why not have, like, why not have, like, every owner have a gift card set up or a credit card set up? That gets run through the pay tax on it anyway. It gets run through the employees to the owners actually buying the product.
All right. Just about ready for the ninth frame here. Lanes 11 through 14. St. Francis, Illinois, Rock Valley College, Upper Iowa University, and St. Ambrose University. Fun question from Ralph in the chat, asking me to name my top 5 guys and teams that I've seen this year. So, with full discretion, the teams I have been able to catch have been at the, obviously here at the Leatherneck Classic so far through almost 3 games. The Mid-States Championships and the Midwest Collegiate Classic, so I feel I've kind of been on this Midwest streak, so it may not totally be a fair assessment to the teams out on the West Coast, some of the teams in the South, some of the teams in the East. So I certainly don't want to be leaving some of those talented squads off the list, but if we're going straight off of teams I've seen so far this year, I already mentioned St. Ambrose as just being one of those teams that I've just seen that continued versatility as players have graduated, moved on, lineup changes. It seems like just Coach Eric does a real nice job in building a team. They're versatile, so I'd have St. Ambrose as being one of those teams. It's tough to argue against McHenry. With the strength of Brian Halen and Charlie Reed at the back of the lineup, and they definitely got some solid players filled out around those guys, and that's 1 to 5. Looking at that lineup, I would take that lineup against most folks. So definitely the Bearcats in that mix. Seen Wichita State twice this year, and so far they've been really strong. Obviously here in the first 2 games, they're leading so far. Really haven't got to watch them too closely. But I liked what I saw at the Mid-States, even though the bracket didn't go as well as they would have liked. That second day, they were tough, and not a lot of teams were figuring it out. Obviously, they bowl in North Rock Lanes. They're familiar with that place, so that's gonna help. But I still think that team, they were rough out there. They performed extremely well to put themselves in great position. So I feel Wichita State would be one of those schools that I've seen so far this year that I really like. Wisconsin Whitewater. Once again, just kind of similar to the St. Ambrose, just seem to have a really good squad every year, have a lot of players who can kind of change in, change out. And of course, got some of that established veteran leadership. Ryan Winters at the back half of that lineup. Which I got a interesting story about. I'll share in a little bit I know we have Whitewater on today, I believe. So I'll share that story a little bit later. Game 5, we have the Warhawks on. So I've said 4 teams. I've manned up to 4 teams. Let's see. Who else have I seen? final team from that 5 as we started the 9th frame on 11 and 12 and just about ready to do the same on 13 and 14 as I have to say I really like Newman a lot. This is going solely off their bracket performance, since I haven't got to see them yet today. But their bracket performance at the Mid-States Championships, even though they didn't get the win, I just really like that squad. I just kind of like the roles every player had in there. I think that's a strong squad. I think we'll be seeing some of them in the postseason play. So that would be my 5 for right now. Obviously, that's going to change, and I'm leaving off a lot of great teams too that definitely deserve a mention just in our field this week. Obviously, William Penn's still strong. You know, learning about Rock Valley this week, up-and-comer. Calumet College, always strong. St. Francis, Illinois. Lindenwood. We got Midland as well. So all those schools definitely contenders. But that is a tough question. So, but I appreciate it. I'm here to occasionally answer tough questions. But from the teams I've seen so far, I think those have been the kind of the 5 that have stood out to me so far. I can't leave off Hastings either from that list because they bowled excellently. Or that might not be a word, but very, 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 very well. I really like that team at the Mid-States. They actually won the bracket in the Mid-States. So Hastings, kind of a team that I just hadn't seen too much of yet. So that's probably one of the reasons Newman kind of got the edge over them, but I really like the Newman excitement too. They were just a very, very energetic squad, and Hastings was more of a, taking care of business squad. Cool, calm, collected. Which myself, if I was a coach, I'm all about that. But as a fan and enjoying the sport, I like the excitement though too. So. But see, that's the great part of that question though. So thank you again, Ralph, is that I've only been to 3 tournaments so far this year. They've all been one location. Had a hard time getting to 5. I probably rattled off another 7 or 8 teams. And all of those squads, if they ended up at the ITCs, would not be surprised one bit. And that's just ignoring 3/4 of the country right there too. Like I said, I haven't seen any West Coast teams. I haven't seen any teams from the southern states. Haven't seen really anything from out east. So, great question about Ralph, getting us thinking here. In the early going. Even taking a look at collegebowling.com because I know there's schools I'm missing right now. Ooh, Lincoln Memorial, that is one I saw. Who aren't here this week, so it's always easier to look off the list when you got the teams in front of you. But Lincoln Memorial, another strong squad. Obviously Weber. Can't leave Weber off a list like that, but because Ralph set the rules of who I've actually seen in person. Cannot pick them. SCAD. It's been solid the past few years. A lot of good teams out there. A lot of great up and coming programs too. That's the exciting part. Is that it's just going to continue to get better and better. Brandon Dodge with the strike for St. Ambrose. 10th frame time here, game 3. Just a reminder, coming up next for game number 4, we're going to have Central Missouri, William Penn, Clark, and Minnesota State Mankato coming up next. Wichita State leading the way through 2 games so far. McHenry second, St. Ambrose third, Grandview, our defending champions fourth, William Penn fifth. Both teams putting together nice performances here on 11 and 12 right now. Both have 1,000 plus in sight. St. Ambrose well on their way there too. Upper Iowa looking to find some late momentum here. So we talked about the depth of St. Ambrose, and here comes Cameron Crow for the fill ball for Billy Hibbert. And we saw Cameron at the first event of the season actually make the all-tournament team. Doing things just like that, being mean to the pins. So that just goes to having that depth, that versatility throughout the lineup, and having that next man up approach, if you will. So Matt Siegel finishing things up right now. Get to 175 still with the spare. No problem there. Eric Kramer for St. Francis. Spare can get him to 216. Gonna bring in a sub for that, however. Zach Denton kicks things off with a strike in his 10th frame for St. Ambrose. So it looks like most of the low side here kind of finishing up all around the same time. So it should be a pretty quick transition to game number 4. All right, 9-pin gets out of there for Mike Nape Jr. Ten-pin set stands for Zach, so he's going to be in the 2 teens here. It's going to be a pretty nice showing for game 3, though, across the board. This is what we like.
cars like we just got on a pier that we all had to go.
Jacob Summer coming in a little bit light for Rock Valley there. His first shot of the 10th, 2.45. Nice shot there from Josh Del Corso.
Over under. Yeah.
So remember, folks, all USBC members receive rewards through Benefit Hub, which has a variety of offers such as exclusive discounts from many top brands, cashback offers, local deals, and much more. Stop on over to bowl.benefithub.com, where members score more. Getting back to our conversation from Ralph's question about just asking the top 5 teams that we've seen so far this year, and as mentioned, haven't gotten the full catalog yet of the 2019-2020 season. But Jeff makes a great point as well. There are so many decent programs that the talent is being spread out a little bit more, and I would agree fully with that. It's that's the great option out there as the USBC Collegiate continues to grow, is that so many more local schools for student athletes are available. If you're looking for a specific area to study, that becomes more available. And it all comes with the opportunity to still be part of a good, great, fantastic collegiate bowling program. So that's we're in the golden time. So Brandon Dodge going to be stepping up here momentarily for St. Ambrose, working on 3 in a row. We have a quiet 10th frame for the Fighting Bees so far, so let's see if Brandon can take advantage of those last 3 strikes and make it 4. There it is. St. Francis, Illinois has put together a nice little 10th frame on their own. Alec Dudley with the double from the 4 spot. Can get to 202. Nice 229 game for Dylan Hamill for Rock Valley. DJ throwing 10 back for Upper Iowa. See if Michael Kickmull can continue strong here, working on 3 in a row, can get into the 260s this game for St. Francis, Illinois. Kid's fun to watch. Saw him shoot 300 at the Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invitational last season. We'll be back there this year for Bowl TV. It'll be right before the holiday season. Push him just outside 1100 here, 1091 max score for the Fighting Saints. That one got a little bit too far right, however. 250s are still cool. We like 250s. All right, 1017 for St. Ambrose. Left a few pins out there towards the back, but still a nice game. Upper Iowa, 752. Rock Valley, this is Brett and Boynton. Delivering a nice shot. He can get into the 240s this game. Mike's going to just gather some information there. Take 250. 1075 for St. Francis, Illinois. Nice game from the Fighting Saints, the highest we've seen so far today on Bowl TV. We'll have Brett wrap things up for the Golden Eagles. That's right. We'll put him into the 240s. So, for a first glance, in Rock Valley College, I like it. I like it. Program out of Rockford, Illinois. Doing some cool things here. .244, 1042, nice bowling. All right, folks, there we go. We saw some strikes, had some good questions in the chat, which will help transition us to game number 4. So game 4 coming up next, Central Missouri, William Penn Clark, and Minnesota State Mankato up on the docket. All right, just got a note from McKendree assistant Sean Beebe that Charlie Reed, who shot 300 last game, headed 279. So we saw him in the opening game shoot 238, so that's a nice little 817 out of the gates for Charlie Reed from San Antonio, Texas. So congratulations, Charlie. You know what? Let's keep it going. We like strikes. Charlie's a good dude. He's striking a lot. That's what we like to see. We're in game 4. So we're going to go ahead and figure out our lineups here. So everyone hang tight as game 4 kicks off. Minnesota State, Mankato, and Clark already doing their thing. William Penn on the lanes. And we got Central Missouri making their way here as well. So everyone hang tight. Game 4, Leatherneck Classic, day number 1 men's competition from Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. Coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thank you again for joining us.
Sour apple. It's a Durham brand. It's a Rocker Durham soup. It's a sour apple one.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're settling into game number 4. William Penn, Central Missouri, Minnesota State, Mankato, and Clark. Here on our featured pairs lanes 11 through 14 at this 48-lane facility. Highland Park Bowl, located in Moline, Illinois. My name is Aaron Smith. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV, the home of collegiate bowling this season. We'll get you our lineups in just a moment. Once again, a quick shout out to our tournament director, Sean Walkner, for all of his hard work in making 19 years of the Leatherneck Classic come to existence for these young student athletes. Sean, top-notch tournament director. Big thank you to him and his group of volunteers helping throughout the course. Not only this venue, but across 3 other centers. Once again, we are technically in 4 centers in 2 states to house every aspect of this tournament. So once again, that just speaks to the volume and growth and greatness that's going on here in Quad Cities. This is the only event taking place in Illinois, however. The men's junior varsity, women's varsity, and women's junior varsity all over the river in Iowa. So we'll go ahead. Let's meet our lineups here. Start with Central Missouri, who is up on 12. Their leadoff bowler, Tyler Thompson. I swear I know what I'm doing here. Just going through my notes, attempting to make sure I'm getting all these names somewhat close. Bowling second for Central Missouri, Andrew Anwander, excuse me. In the 3 spot, Brandon Cooney. 4th is Trevor Disberger, and in the 5 spot, Connor Kotke. Connor, good shot there. Just can't get anything to slide across to connect with the 9-pin. Up next, let's meet the always exciting William Penn. For you folks who potentially follow the NBA and sites like The Ringer, you know they have a League Pass standings rankings of teams you just can't miss when they're on TV throughout the course of the NBA season. And I believe Mr. Emil Williams Jr. would agree with me that William Penn would be near the top of that list. An exciting bunch. Can strike in bunches as well. Lead off today for the Statesmen here in Game 4. Jake Cook, Alexander Kostrick, second. Braden Link, third. Brandon Fries in 4th. And Rock Kostrick in the 5th position. Both Rock and Alexander from Slovenia. Moving over to 13 and 14. Start with Minnesota State Mankato. They're up on 14 at the moment. Ryan Wilson in the leadoff spot. Dylan Golly Bowling second, Gray Severson third, Henry Borgstrom fourth, and Dylan Hansen in the 5 spot. For Clark, got Jonathan Mason leading things off, Samuel Moss second, William Clark third, Brandon Thorpe fourth, and Brendan Hall. Is it Hull or Hall? Have to double check here. Brandon Hull, excuse me. Thought that O was an A for a second there, but that Brendan Hull, the 5th spot for Clark. So those are our lineups here in Game 4. At least to start, obviously, as we talked about, lineups can change throughout the course of competition. Coaching staff has the opportunity to make substitutions based off of player performance, matchup, hopefully not injuries, but those things do occur from time to time. Occasionally for spare shooting purposes, for potentially missing too many, or a specialty spare late in the game that you just definitely need. You see that more in Baker. Oftentimes if a team has, say, a left-hander on the bench and your right-hander leaves something, even like that 3-10 split we just saw from Alexander there, the angle becomes a little bit easier for the conversion, essentially, for a left-hander in those situations, similar to the washout we see on 13. So you'll see those lineup changes from time to time, but more so in Baker. But coaches do have that full discretion to make that lineup change. The only note with that is once a player is taken out for a game, they cannot return until the start of the next game. So there we go. Obviously, Baker is going to be a big part of the excitement tomorrow. It'll actually be all of the excitement tomorrow because that's all we have. Baker qualifying and Baker bracket matches. So lineup construction becomes very important for these coaches and programs in determining what is the best way to maneuver my 5 student athletes around to have a consistent performance time in, time out. With our traditional games here, as we've seen in the past, sometimes a team can rely on a player having a strong, massive performance, or 1 or 2 players, and can kind of cover up some of the guys who may be struggling. That's happened. That's part of the team effort. That's every team experiences that throughout the course of the season at some point, and but in Baker, it's when you're having those moments, those times when a player or 2 are off, that's really going to affect the team score, since it's 5 players bowling 1 team game. So that becomes, those frames become extra crucial, making sure they're filled. I also owe a big shout out to my guy Alan, holding down the fort here at Highland Park Bowl. Helped us get arranged with internet yesterday and made sure we were good to go. Made some adjustments to the bracket to kind of make everything a little more centralized. I think it all worked out great. So thanks, Alan. And further proof of how cool and crazy the bowling community and the world can be. And talking with Alan, once again, one of our managers here at Highland Park Bowl, got on the subject of just being in the Midwest and talked to him about that was my upbringing from Northwest Indiana. And he was like, "Oh, really? Where'd you bowl at?" And I listed off Plaza Lanes as my home center. And Alan's like, well, how about that? Well, he didn't exactly say that, but essentially the gist of that, saying, hey, I grew up bowling at Plaza Lanes as well. And then I was like, how about that? It was crazy. So we ended up talking a little bit more, ended up knowing a lot of the same folks, and just one of those cool moments where it's like the bowling world comes together. But a big thank you to Alan once again and the whole staff here at Highland Park Bowl for their hard work this week as well. That's Jake Cook at the top of the lineup for William Penn. Liking the energy. Liking the energy for the mid-game double in Game 4. See, that's all part of that Baker construction too, is having the right temperaments in the right moments, right spots in the lineup. I don't know much about Jay Cook. I just met him on this recap sheet and watched him bowl a few shots. But I'm a fan. You've earned a fan, Jake. Let's see if we can learn a little bit more. Yeah, Jake's a sophomore out of Iowa, so oh, all right. Scott says he's a freshman. I like it, Scott. Thanks for the 401 there. I'm not sure if people still say that, but I appreciate the info. All right, Scott, that great kid as well. All right. Appreciate that, Scott. That's what I like to hear. I like the energy. I like the shot making. There's that spark at the top of the lineup. The good news is we get a few more years of watching him continue to grow as a bowler. But getting back to Baker, that's really all part of the lineup construction, if you will, is not only having the right type of player in the right type of situation, but kind of managing those temperaments, how does a player act in a situation. I feel a player like Jake is someone you 100% want in the leadoff spot. He's already in the leadoff spot. But I would take Jake. I put him bowling my first and my sixth frame. You like that he's filling frames. You like that he's energetic. You like that he's a good teammate. He's bringing back good information. Just embrace the team environment. I want someone a little calmer out there in the 4 spot, though. Four spot. I like my guy who strikes a lot. Okay, knows he's in that role of getting the game to your anchor. He's up there making the shot you want to see. Obviously, we all know the characteristics of a good 5. Ice in the veins. Doesn't flinch at the sight of pressure. Puts together those key doubles when you need them. For those of you in the chat, if you feel like joining in on that conversation, let us know, or let me know. Enjoy the discussion, team lineups. Looks like we have standings available on the Facebook page as well, so we're going to send that link out to you guys real quick here. And then we'll read them off too, just in case. So after game number 3, we have a new leader, McKendry. Powered by Charlie Reed's 817 series out of the gates, has moved into the top spot, 33-14. Taking over from Wichita State, who gave some pins back to the field in game 3. Now at 31-53, St. Ambrose in third, holding steady 31-14. Grandview wanting to have the opportunity to defend their title, 31-09. Calumet rounding out the top 5, 31-06. Wisconsin Whitewater, 30-75 in 6th place. Rock Valley, 7th place, 30-66. St. Francis, Illinois, we saw them last game. They moved onto the right side of plus, 30-57 after going 10-75 last game. Hastings, cool, calm, and collected, moving into the top 10 with 3,011. And William Penn on our featured pair moves into 10th place, 29-99. First few teams outside of the top 10, Newman 29.92, Judson 29.57, Lindenwood 29.30, and Minnesota State Mankato on our feature pair right now, 29.08. All right, we got the standings, we got the lineups, we got the excitement from Jake Cook to start each and every frame, so I think we are officially settled into game number 4, so I'm going to step away for a quick moment, get you guys squared away here, and we'll be back for the conclusion of game 4 here at the Leatherneck Classic. Day 1 of competition, men's competition, here at Highland Park Bowl in Moline, Illinois. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV. As we get to the back half, game 4 of 6. Day one of qualifying. into the 8th frame on 11 and 12. About ready to start frame 8 on 13 and 14. Let's get back to our fun facts here about the Leatherneck Classic. Last game, we talked a little bit about the top performers as far as all tournament team finishes, the players with the most all-time. Michael Martell, talented left-hander from Robert Morris, Illinois. The only player on the men's side with 3. We had one player on the women's side accomplished a feat in all 4 years that she bowled. That was Samantha Kelly at Robert Morris, Illinois. But our next fun stat, sticking with that theme, is the top 10 individual averages of all time. So this is for the 6 games. Highest totals over the course of that time. And looks like most of these happened earlier in the decade. So like 2011, 2012, 2013. So only one in the past 2 years leading up to this year. So could see Charlie Reed making that list if he keeps striking the way he has been. 817 out of the gates. But Cody Clayton of Lindenwood averaged 254.5 back in 2012. Sean Rangel from William Penn averaged 250.66 in 2011. Chance Rivera from Newman, the most recent to crack this list, 248 back in 2017. Jeremy Zimmerly from Lindenwood, 246 back in 2012. Christus from Weber won back-to-back years, averaging 245 and 235. I already messed up his last name once. So Christus, I apologize again. Jay Foote from Wright State averaged 235.5 back in 2011 as well. He did not win the tournament, though. So you had 2 players ahead of him already on this list. A.J. Johnson from 2013, 234. Greg Young from McKendree as well, 232 back in 2014. And Nick Crummell, who's now coaching Wisconsin Whitewater, posted 231.5 back in 2012. So we've seen scores out of this building in the past. So that's, shouldn't say this building. It always hasn't been in this building. It's kind of, it's part of the history as well, too, is that this event has jumped around centers here in this area. So it looked like the first 4 seasons were at Highland Park Bowl, and then the event moved, at least for the men, to Town and Country Bowl, which was the host for, looks like, 6 events. Then moved to establish an establishment called Miller Time. What year was that? 2011. Then the men came back to Highland Park in 2015. So and by the time we got to our 4th center for JV, that was 2 years ago in 2017. It's been that way since, so the evolution. Oh, the Leatherneck Classic. Saw the scoring pace spike a little bit last game here in our featured pairs. Looks like it's going to go in the opposite direction here in this game. So it could be getting to, which is pretty typical for 6K block with this many players, this many balls going down the lane, is that parents are going to start making big changes and players are going to have to start making big moves. You know, for the right-handers, if they've been trying to stay out or stay with urethane, front part of the lane maybe chewed up a little bit too much now. Perhaps it's time to make the jump left. Of course, 37 feet once again. The pattern length, 25 mils. Using a combination of Kegel terrain and ice oil. Rock Kostrick stepping up for William Penn in the 5 spot. I feel Rock has kind of held down that position for a few seasons now for William Penn. It's a nice shot from Connor from Central Missouri. Send an all 10 back. So they prepare for the 10th frame of game 4. Looking ahead to game 5, we'll be joined by Mount Mercy, Wisconsin Whitewater, Davenport, and Nebraska. And just to look a little bit farther ahead for game at number 6, Iowa Central Community College, Kansas Wesleyan, Judson, and Ancilla will wrap up competition. Here on Saturday. As a reminder, we will be back bright and early on Sunday. Here for the men, we're going to be starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, so that's 8 local time. Won't have as big of a disparity between start times between the men and the women like we did today. It'll be trimmed down to a half hour, so the women's Baker qualifying block will start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And the bracket is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then after a few rounds, we will be ready to crown our champions right here on Bull TV. Of course, an interesting dynamic. It's always worth talking about with college bowling for those who may be new to the scene. Is that essentially postseason play works off of where you qualify in an event. So, for instance, how the Leatherneck has a bracket portion. Not all events have that type of bracket. Some are just total pinfall. So at the end of the final qualifying game, it's just a matter of seeing who has the most pins out of however many teams may be lined up for the week. But in an instance like this, if we look at our current standings and we see that McKendree is ranked number 1 right now through 3 games, and they ended up at the end of our 6 traditional games and 16 Baker games to be leading the way in total pinfall. they would get first place points for this event, which eventually determines which teams advance to sectionals for postseason play. However, if McKendree has a #1 seed in the bracket, let's say they win the first two, but then they fall to a team who, we'll keep it easy. We'll keep it the #2 seed since they're typically on the other side of the bracket. So the 2 seed ends up winning. The 2 seed would still get second place points towards postseason play. However, they would get to walk away with bragging rights and, of course, the ability to get their name up on a banner for next season's Leatherneck Classic. So there's a lot of factors at work. Ultimately, you want the position points because you gotta get to postseason play to get to sectionals, to advance out of your sectionals to get to ITCs. So that's the whole strategy right there. That's what you're trying. So a chance for William Penn to still get above 950 here. If they can put together a few doubles, it's going to be Braden Link stepping up next, working on a strike in the 9th. Andrew Anwater going to look to bounce back here for Central Missouri. It's Clark's Brendan Hull, far right of your screen with the 10-pin. No problem there. So they'll switch lanes for their 10th frame. So Ryan Wilson kicking things off in the 10th for Minnesota State Mankato. For Clark, it's Jonathan Mason. Brandon Freeze delivers the first strike in the 10th for William Penn. As I said, the Statesman can kind of sneak out a solid game here, just outside the top 10 heading into this game, or they were 10th. I think they had some lulls this game. That's going to happen. They were 10th, okay. 29.99, so a few late doubles here. Get to Get to 960 or so. I mean, just glancing around the collective area, it definitely looks like the scoring pace has dropped as Brandon gets the 9-pin out of there. So there's that second double to 10th for WP. Final few shots here for William Penn in Central Missouri. Connor Kotke can finish up at 191 for Central Missouri to get them to 808. Rock finishes up 204, 962. Finish for William Penn. For Clark, we got William Clark. No relation. Looking for the double, connects. Not the shot he was expecting from that, but take him when you can get him, young man. Greg Severson finishing up for Mankato. Gets a 179. As a reminder, Mount Mercy, Wisconsin, Whitewater, Davenport, and Nebraska Coming up next here on Bowl TV, Game 5 of 6. So we are past the halfway point. We're two-thirds of the way in the books for day number 1. Henry Borgstrom for Mankato is looking for 3 in a row. And he's going to have an opportunity to clean up that 9 pin, get to 202. Brendan Hall will wrap things up for Clark here. A chance to get to 192 and push his team above the 900 threshold. Brendan's going to get things going here. Still playing out. Strong finish to the game there for Henry. A few late doubles in there. 4 out of 5, 202 finish.